Shooby-doo bop bop. Yiddy bop.
Here I come to save the day.
Well, well, well. Motherfucker! Guard! Oh, thank you, Paperclip. You did it?
Nice.
Where are you at? How many are you at?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. Where are you, Paperclip? Why are you not up? I don't see you on my list. What happened? I am making paints today. Hi, Guard. Paperclip, how many points did you have? I thought you had like... Oh no. Hold on, that's an old one. I think we're fine. I should delete that other one. I opened up an old one. Paperclip, you're at 17. You are at 17. My voice is so faint. I think it's because I was not talking into my mic well. Is this better? So faint. I think it's just I was talking from here, and I'm not talking directly in the mic, and now I'm talking directly into the mic. Year 8. Let's get down to business, huh? Alright, so I thought I needed to make lead white, and then I found the tube that I thought I had but couldn't find before. Hi, Cheese! Is the forest too loud? Do I need to murder some of these birds to keep them quiet? Cheese, 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 cheese. Hi, Sashi. Couple 2-tree bird murders? Okay. Alright, I'll throw some rocks at him. 1 second. Hey, you little fuckers! Time to die. Oh my god! Oh wait, shit. I didn't check my YouTube. Sorry, turning it down. 1 second. Paperclip. Oh my god! Alright, I needed to turn down birds. Okay, we turned it down slightly. Okay. Alright. So today we're making paint. So what's on the docket for today? We need a backup titanium white. Once again, not drugs, just titanium white. Hi, not here. How itty bitties is yours now, Sashi? How itty bitty. Hope you've been well, though. Alright, so we're gonna make titanium white. We're gonna make bismuth vanadate yellow medium. I'm not telling you. Fine. We're gonna retube this lead white though. We are gonna retube this one because it separated out a bit and been having problems with it. So we're gonna cut this tube open. We're gonna scrape it all out, and then we're gonna put it into another tube. We are gonna make impasto medium. We're gonna make impasto medium, which is just a bunch of silica, a bunch of chalk, and some bentonite. Hot damn, Cheesy. What happened? But I might have 2 streams tomorrow, everybody. We might be doing 2 streams tomorrow. Of course, we need our butt plug for this to mold the paint. And N95 mask. That's all really. We need tubes. A pipette doesn't hurt. I also have some parchment paper. Right now I'm planning on doing plein air tomorrow morning, and then or tomorrow or afternoon, and then later afternoon, evening, I think I'm gonna make some watercolors. No pretty blues or greens. I'm sorry, Shasta. I'm sorry, Shasta. But we might, depending on how I feel or what I want to do, we might make this. This is Pyrrole Scarlet. We might make this one. So, we'll see though. You alright? Any questions? Good, no questions. Let's get down to business. So we're going to start off with retubing the lead white. Well, twist my arm. See, that's how we keep viewers here, Shasta. We throw out the possibility of doing a color. We'll see how these other ones take. How long these other ones take. Great. Also, we have the new emotes, everybody. The new emotes for anybody who didn't see. Made by Sweet Bee. That's one. We have... This one was here the other day, but I don't think people noticed it because I didn't announce it. I got this one. And then where's the other one? There it is. There we go. New emotes, everybody. Okay. So let's retube first, huh? So we're not going to need the butt plug, to do this. But what we are going to do is first we're going to murder this tube. And we're going to open this shit up. So what we're gonna do, with the paints I've retubed, and I told you it was with the bismuth colors. The bismuth colors seem to like separate a lot, but it's the same thing that happened with this lead, and I don't know what causes that. But I think it has to do with not having an additive. Specifically, I believe it's aluminum stearate. So watch the video on lead white. But we're just going to try and scrape all this out. This is an expensive pigment. We're going to try and not waste as much as possible. Let's cut down a little more. Shoo-be-doo-bop. Good enough. All right. Come on. Fucker. Let's do... Wait, I have... this. Hot damn pickles. God damn! That is the biggest I've ever seen. You should charge money for that. You should charge money for that. Or at least make movies. Come on. God, can't I just have one day of peace? One, Maddie. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. There's still a little bit in here. Let's just do that.
I said good day!
Good day. Alright, good enough. Okay. Alright, so we scraped out the tube. What we're going to do is we're just going to add some oleo gel to this. Because oleo gel, in my experience, does not separate as much with paints like this. And I might add it in the future to paint. Like, I might add it to the Bismuth Vanadate medium that we have here. So we're just going to add some oleo gel to it to loosen it up. Not a ton. But we just need it a little bit looser than what it is. But I gotta figure out ways to have it so these problematic paints don't do this to begin with. And I don't want to add additives to it. But if I have to use oleo gel at the end to keep it more like emulsified, but the problem with adding anything to lead white is it's already a pretty weak tinting paint relative to what's on my palette. That adding anything to it will only exacerbate that problem. But yeah, so we've loosened it up a little bit. So let's put this in it. I'm wondering if I should add some of my other... Let's do this. I got a little bit of an idea here. So this is the tube I made before. This is the one I couldn't find the other day. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit... Yeah, there we go. Did you, Danosaurus? But you stopped? Alright. Cool. Hey, Dan, I'm over here. What's good? Do I want to use parchment on this? I think we do. Alright, so we're going to use parchment to get this on. Into the tube. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a poop log of paint in this, in the center of this parchment paper. Don't. So this is just a piece of parchment paper, everybody. Okay. Alright. Now, we're going to fold it over. And what we're going to do is we're going to push it so it's not as wide. Okay. Then we just roll it. Okay. Then let's be careful so it doesn't slip out. We're going to put it in this tube. We're just going to jam it in there. Okay. No warning. Okay. Get it down there a little bit. You don't need to go all the way. Okay. Then find the end of it. Twist. And then push the paint down. Okay. Tap it down. Then with the excess, Thankfully, we got a pretty clean... We'll just scrape that off in there. Alright, Sweepy. Oh, there's a... If you just scrape it in like this, it gets pretty messy. But... we try to be careful with lead. Thank you, Sweepy. Alright, so the benefits are, Dan, first off is cost. Okay? Making your own paint saves you a lot of money. A lot of money. So, this was 1 kilogram of lead white. Okay? Pigment. That was in this. I bought this for. I bought this for $55. Okay? At the time I bought this for $55. It's now risen up to $78, but regardless. Even if it was $78, this is going to make me roughly 450 milliliters of lead white paint. 150 milliliter tube of just pigment and oil from Rublev costs, I think, $145 for one. So essentially, is this $78 of pigment and, like, let's just say $8 of oil, you know, $5 of tubes will roughly make me $450 worth of paint. This is a big saver. There are others that are big savers, so like this was 1 kilogram of yellow ochre. Right? This bag cost me $26. I could roughly make 450 milliliter tubes. And Rublev with the same, like, so like just oil and pigment, Rublev charges $42 for 150 milliliters of this, which is actually a great deal for that quality of paint. But nonetheless, I'm still saving quite a bit, right? I can make basically $170 worth of paint for $35. Next, the next big thing is you get a better selection. Okay, so I can now make myself paints that aren't available through any company that at least I'm aware of. Okay, so I pulled out this red. This is a color called Pyrrole Scarlet. Pyrrole Scarlet. I have not found this color from another company. I found Pyrrole Red, but not Pyrrole Scarlet. I haven't found another company that makes this. Okay. It's very similar to color of Cadmium Red Light, and I think that's why they don't make it. But it's cheaper than Cadmium Red Light and just as vibrant and strong. It's a stronger pigment than cadmium's in my experience as well. So we get choices of colors that we normally don't, or that we don't have. So if there was an obscure color that you really wanted to make an oil paint out of, you could make your own, right? And then the last one is because I can control what's in it. So, for example, Dan, every paint company except Rublev, and I suspect my Mary Puro, but I don't know this for certain on my Mary Puro. I know it for certain with Rublev. Every company uses additives and fillers in their paint tubes. So if you've noticed that one company's, let's just say Cad Red, and they're both made with the same pigment, because they usually are, one is a lot stronger than the other one. That's not a difference in the pigment, it's just how much chalk or additives they add relative to the amount of pigment. So now when I make my own, I can control that it's just going to be pigment and oil. So it's going to be the strongest tinting strength version of the paint and most non-transparent because we're not adding anything that would make it, you know, less pigment, right? And then I can directly control that. Now, I am making Impasto Medium today, which is essentially filler, but then I can control when I add that. I don't add it to the paints. So yeah, that's those are the three major reasons. And it's not like, if it was just one of those, I would be less likely to make my own, right? If it was just cost. Well, obviously, like, you know, it kind of comes in the territory, right? It's just that the culmination of the 3 points makes it where it seems like it's supremely worth it to make your own paints if you paint as much as I do. And I've had paints that I've hated. Why I looked into this in the first place is because I had such a bad experience with certain paints. I can tell you the exact paint specifically, where it was a super low tinting strength. It was separating a lot, which I thought was a problem, but it wasn't. The separating is not an issue. But back then, I thought separation was a bad sign. But super low tinting strength. It was really transparent, even though it was an opaque pigment. Hi, Marianne. And it just was such an awful experience that I'm like, all right, well, then I invested in professional grade paints. I got paints from Williamsburg. I got paints from Michael Harding, from Old Holland. And I'm like, oh, these are a lot better. They're super expensive, though. And I did notice differences between the companies. Because what I would do is I'd get like the ultramarine blue from each brand. And I saw which one I liked the best. And I had a terrible experience with 2 ultramarine blues from professional grades. Williamsburg French ultramarine blue was terrible. And ultramarine blue, I think it was ultramarine blue deep from Old Holland was the single worst professional grade paint I've ever used. And then I looked into it more and I saw that Rublev doesn't use fillers, and I saw that they sold pigment on their website. We're making paint, Marianne. We're making paint. Hi, Jane. Welcome in. Right now we're just retubing some lead white paint that we had. Because the paint got a little too thick. It separated out, the oil separated too much, and we got a little too thick out there. How are you doing today, Jane? Loving your recent paintings. Wonderful work. Your portraits are really great. But yeah, Marianne, you're going to see us make oil paints today. And tomorrow I'm planning on making watercolors, everybody. Tomorrow you're going to see me make watercolors. Oh, awesome. Congratulations. You've been working on that one for a while. Looks great, too. I think I saw you stream painting that one. Or I think I watched some of your VOD with that. Painting some of it, I think from a year or 2 ago. So right now we're just crimping this tube shut. We're crimping it like it owes us money. This is all you need to do to seal these tubes. Well, thank you, Jane. Goes to no acrylic for me, Marianne. You know, Jane, it just goes out to what I set out to paint like, right? the impressionistic, quick, right? And I just kept very, let's just say, sure that that's what I want to do. And I do make it a goal of mine when I paint to paint quickly. I also enjoy painting quickly better than slowly. I'm trying to, and like part of it is building up. Yeah, right. Well, you know, it's a process, right? Like Jane, it's getting the confidence in your brushstrokes, right? Oh, I know, Marianne. I know. But right, it's getting the confidence in your individual brushstrokes, saying, I think that I know this color is right? And that the placement, I can work out the placement, right? But the color, to me at least, the color and value is what's important. Well, Marianne, have you, like, you know, maybe, have you tried, like, the timed exercises where you just say, I'm gonna create something in 3 hours? I know Arthur had a few of those, at least with sketching, but like I don't necessarily do a time limit, but I just say like I'm going to finish this today, right? But also plein air has actually helped with that. I wouldn't say confidence, with just being decisive quite a bit. And if that's what you like, yeah, then, you know, by all means. All right. Where are my labels? Where are my labels for my baby label? All right. So we retubed Kremnitz White. Then we're just going to put our label on there so we know what it is. There we go. So we retubed the Kremnitz White. Now, lead white is not really messy, but we're going to wipe it down anyways because it is lead. So I usually lead off, when I'm doing lead, I usually lead off with it so I can wipe it down a few times. Marianne, have you ever watched a paint making stream, Marianne? Just wipe this down. Yep, I decided to add the double view because the singular view can get a little bit boring. Alright, so next, Amy. Should I make impasto medium, or Amy or Jane? We'll see what you guys want. Do you want to see impasto medium next, or do you want to see titanium white next? Jesus Christ! Peace, truce, I'm just trying to ask a question. Titanium white or impasto medium? Jane, if you want to see one specifically, I'll, of those two.
I have been lifting weights
Not doing
and
ultramarine today.
cocaine all day.
You want titanium white? Okay. Jane, if you're still there, do you have an opinion? I ain't gonna just do it anyways. Jane, would you like to see impasto medium or titanium white being made next? You're with the menace. Settle down, Shasta. I know you love your blues and greens and cold colors. You want impasto? Okay. We're going to do impasto because it's very easy, and I would like to show Jane while she's here how easy impasto medium is. So one big benefit of impasto medium is we don't need to mull it. We don't need to mull impasto medium. Okay?
Nice.
So impasto medium, I have some I made here. is just a combination of chalk, silica, and bentonite. And we add this to our paints to extend it. Primarily to extend it, but it can also be used to keep up a thicker texture. But this has essentially the same texture of paint out of the tube. Okay? So first off, the ingredient you have to be very careful with, let me get my mask on too, is bentonite. So bentonite is a clay. It is a clay, and it is actually the thickening agent in impasto. However, you can only use a little bit of this shit. You do not need a lot. And by a little, I mean, you'll see. Oh shit, I dropped it. We're probably gonna do not even a spoonful of bentonite for the amount we're doing. Okay? Some also filled. So what we're essentially making here is a transparent paint. Because chalk, and silica, bentonite has a little color, but you use so little that it doesn't really matter. This is chalk now. Okay, we're going to start off with that amount. Okay, this is just chalk. God damn it, Amy Jo. Not drugs. This one you have to be more careful with about, because this is essentially ground up glass, everybody. This is just ground up glass. Silica. Okay? Now, you could use more silica. You could use more chalk. You could just use chalk, and you could just use silica. Okay? And, it depends on the texture that you want. This is a classic recipe for impasto medium, or more older times. So I do a little bit heavier on the chalk than I do with the silica, but I still add a good amount. Recipe P. Yep. Okay. So we're going to go with that amount of silica. Okay. Other things you can do this with. You can use something called wolstenite. And each of these has different properties. And were used historically. Wolstenite makes some smalt. I would never use smalt. Never use smalt. Okay. Then we're just going to use some aged refined linseed oil. All right. And we're just going to mix this in, and that's all it takes, everybody. That's all it takes. Oh. We overflowed, everybody. Not the end of the world. And now we're just going to mix this shit together. On camera. How embarrassing. And we'll add more oil, or if we need to, we'll add more chalk if we added too much oil. This is a very forgiving mixture because the ingredients are cheap and you don't have to mold. Just like the pasta. Not just like the pasta. How you doing, Jake? Alright. So we're going to need more oil than this. Good. Nice to hear. I am still talking, Marianne. Are you having problems hearing me? Are the birds still too loud? Oh, awesome. Marianne, Maddie says hi. Well, you were here last time, but yeah, it's always nice to see you, Jake. It sounds like you've been doing well. I sound faint. Okay. How about now? Let's turn down the birds a tiny bit. Okay. Okay, we'll roll with this. What's it? Marianne says hi back. Maddie, you can go into YouTube and talk with Marianne. The budding friendship. No, I actually flew in a bunch of birds, and they're just shitting all over my apartment right now. I think they're planning something. You don't need my permission, Maddie. You're a menace. I thought menaces do whatever they please. Oh my god! Does not look like bird shit. This looks like impasto medium. Just a tiny bit more. Fuck. Oh my god, this was your plan, Sweet Pea? I'm doing alright, Lizzie. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. It was safer with the cows. Wait, what did Jake say? Pick a day. Big maps. Jake, you want me to pick a day? Let's go with everybody's favorite day, Tuesday. Tuesday. Everybody's universally favorite day, Tuesday. I think I need a scotch more oil. We're still a little too thick. Tuesday. Tuesday. I missed context. I just heard you say what day. Oh, you have bowling league? What are you saying? Pick a day for what? For 7 days? I missed why you say pick a day. Oh, Phasmo. You want to say Thursday? You want to do Thursday? All right, let's do Thursday. I do hate the big maps. The big maps suck. Still think we're a little thick. I don't know why y'all want big maps. They can be so boring. Sashi, are you in? Yeah, we had that like 1 or 2 days where we played, but a lot has changed since then. All right, is that? All right, so I think this is the texture we want. We're pretty much at peanut butter, everybody. We're kind of like at peanut butter. And that's impasto medium. So now we just got to tube it up. Well, I know you have no other bits, Lizzie. I know there's no other bits. By the way, when does Wheeler start today? Oh, is that hair? Yep. Make sure we don't have her hair in it. He's on. Can somebody remind him to check his mail for my package I sent him should have arrived today. Let's tube this up. Good. Good. All right, so we're going to use this big-ass tube, and we're just going to shove it right down in here. We're not going to use the parchment paper for this because this is a lot cleaner than paint, so we're just going to shove it in the old-fashioned way. Alright, good. It was very thick. Very thick. But this channel is very pro-thick. Alright. Just cleaning out the sides. See, with this one is much nicer because I don't really care if this shit gets on the sides. It's cheap. It's easy to clean up. And, it's the address you sent me, Amy Jo. So I don't have a good answer for you. Here, let me see what the routing says. 1 second. It was USPS. USPS. One second. Almost there. I think I patched it up. It says your item was delivered to a parcel locker at 127. It says parcel locker. It says delivered parcel locker. I don't know. But was the address a parcel locker? Why wouldn't they just deliver it to his house? This is a... Oh, really? Okay. I could send him the tracking. The tracking says it's delivered, but it just says to a parcel locker. Can't do it, Jan. Oily points are much more valuable than a cheeseburger. But you cannot sell your oily points. You can only buy them from me. Cheeseburger does sound really good. Yeah, right. Oily points. Hi, dude. Welcome in. Alright. So we're almost done jacking this off. We're just making sure that, see all that? We're making sure all that settles as much as possible. So then we're just going to bend and crimp. Exactly. Exactly, Jan. That's the goal. Dan, then I know I'm doing my job. Then, once it's sealed and crimped, we have to talk to it dirty to make sure it's ready to go when needed. That's kind of annoying. It's oily. It's oily fans, Jan. Oily fans. All right. So now we're just gonna crimp it like it owes us money. Where is it? Fuck you. Juice is running. Son of a bitch. God damn it, greenback. Fucker. All right. So we crimp it. Alright. Then we just bend the crimp over like this. Then we crimp it again. Sometimes some will come out at the end, so you just wipe it away. Then you repeat. Bend over the crimp. Crimp it again. This is how they seal these. This is all they do. This is all they do, everybody. They just have machines that do it. We could do it one more time, but it's alright. They can get pretty sharp. But yeah. So now we have a tube of impasto medium. Now, I don't have a label for impasto, but I'm just going to mark it with some blue tape here. We could even do it over the end if we wanted to, but we'll just do it up here. Okay, good. Impasto medium, everybody. Alright, next up is... I don't really need to clean this well because it's okay if any residual impasto medium gets in to the next paint. So once again, not drugs. You fought off a grizzly with a... Not bad. You should use lead white though, Jan. Lead white is like twice the weight. So next up we have titanium white. Now this is going to take a lot longer to make because we got to mold this paint, okay? We got to mold this paint. And what we're going to do is, I've kind of not liked my experience with tubing larger tubes. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and do enough for... one or two. One or two. We'll try and do two. So these are roughly, they say 50 to 70 milliliter tubes here. We're going to aim for roughly 100 milliliters of paint, okay? So 50 in each is roughly what we're going to go for, okay? Sorry, I'm thinking in my head. The big tubes I've had more issues with separation than the smaller tubes. So yeah, we're just gonna go with the small tubes. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to put on our N95 mask, wherever that fell to. Not much girth, no. It's just, like I said, my paints, I've had a few paints that have had more separation issues in the larger tubes, and I don't know exactly why. I have a theory, but I can't guarantee that. What I have noticed anecdotally, though, is the smaller paints in smaller tubes have held up better as far as like separation issues and things like that. So, with that in mind, this titanium white might sit for a bit because I still have some left and I don't use it that much. It always matters, Jan. It always matters. Alright, so we're going to put back on the N95 mask. Alright, so now be careful when you open these up, okay? Because you can see this is a very fine powder, and this is not a white bag. This is a clear bag, but you see the pigment is sticking to the side. So always be very careful that you don't create a big dust storm. She did, Jan. So we're going to open up very slowly to not create like a... See, some dust did come out of this, but not a ton. Okay? And then this is pure titanium white pigment, everybody. Very strong tinting, very opaque, very cold, mixes like a blue. Mixes like a blue. And we're going to spoon enough to hopefully fill up those two tubes. We're going to do a little bit more. We're probably going to do two more. Will this be enough? Probably not. Okay, we'll try this. But you'll notice, see how the pigment sticks like this? It's because it's very small particles, okay? This is why you don't want to breathe this shit in. Wear a respirator or an N95 mask whenever you're exposed to dry pigment.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
my God, Mud. Have you? Terrifying. Okay. So, let's wipe off the spoon. I don't know, Mud. All I know is the IRS and now the FBI have been on my ass. So have you pissed them off recently? Okay. So we're going to make a little well. But we're going to dump. I just couldn't, Mud. It was so expensive. I just couldn't. Now you could measure out the oil. But first, the first thing we do is we just mix. We're gonna make a thick paste with oil and just the pigment. We're almost at butt plug time. Saving a ton of money on all of these. Some more so than others. But like on paints like lead white, I save like 80%. Yellow ochre, you save roughly 75 to 80%. For titanium white, you probably save 30 to 40%. Yeah, no kidding. So, Jan, this was 1 kilogram of lead white. I bought it for $55 at the time. This would make 450 milliliters of lead white paint. Okay? 450 milliliters of lead white paint. Rublev, definitely not cocaine. Rublev would sell 150 milliliter tubes for $142 a piece for the same quality. Or just pigment and oils, which I make. So this $55 tub in the other materials, so let's just say $70 worth of materials in total, will make $450. Wisha wisha. You like the bird, Marianne? I remembered what you said. I switched it up because of you. You'll save a lot on a lot of paints. You'll always save it. You're welcome. Well, that's another benefit, Jan, is you can control what's in your paints. You also get a better selection to colors as well. Jan, I have a video on my YouTubes that goes over this subject if you wanted to see it. But you could just see it live right now. But if you have future reference. This is soaking up more oil than I remember, huh? Yeah, that's a little bit of a different thing, because you have to work with different materials in that case. Or different mediums. Considering that this is just oil and pigment. The only paints I make are just oil and pigment. It keeps it a lot simpler. Now we're getting to the squishy point. Nice. Sounds like a good time. Very little time now. Pickles Pico de Gallo. Always linseed oil. Never clove oil pickles. Always a linseed-based oil. I'm using age-refined linseed oil pickles. I don't need that drying time of clove oil. I also want a more durable paint film that linseed oil offers. Chelsea's? No, Rublev. I don't know what Chelsea you're referring to. Okay, so we pretty much have all the dry bits mixed in. So now we're going to bring out my butt plug. My butt plug, not butt plug. Butt plug. You're also safe to take off your mask at this point. Also safe to take off your mask. Rublev is is the oil paint company of natural pigments. Okay, pickles. I'm gonna call you Pico because we have somebody in my other chat that's called Pickles. No worries, Jane. Have a wonderful day. And Rublev just makes paint with just pigment and oil, like what I do. They also have a lot of technical information on their website. And so, like I said, the reason I use linseed oil is because it dries stronger than clove oil, and I don't need the longer dry. The only reason to use clove oil is because of the extended drying time. But it's going to be a weaker and less archival painting by doing so. And I don't have interest in a longer drying time. So I don't use clove oil. Alright, so we're going to take out... We're going to move about half of this over here. Maybe a little bit more than half. And there's still some dry. But that's okay. Because now what we're going to do No, clove oil dries weaker. So when oil dries, it has a hardness and it has a durability, like how much it can bend. Linseed oil is essentially the best combination of both, and it is the most durable as far as bending. That's the reason why linseed oil has been the oil of choice, because it has the best dried properties. All right, so now we're going to take our butt plug. We're going to set it right on top, and we're going to start molding this, okay? And it's going to be tough at first. It's going to be very tough at first. But as you do this more, it should loosen up a bit. In the business, we call this an old-fashioned. And you want to try and keep this as thick as possible, but some paints really loosen up at this stage. I haven't done titanium white in a while. I think it loosens up a tiny, not a tiny, but like a moderate to little amount. And every once in a while, we're just going to scrape it back up. Precisely, Dan. Precisely. Alright. Scrape up the sides a bit. But we're going to just try and... Now what this does is this disperses the oil around the paint particle. Okay? So this helps ensure that the pigment is surrounded by oil, which will help it dry properly, in addition to flowing and staying as a paint longer. If you have dry spots or points of dry pigment in your paint, it could lead to issues in the tube as well as painting. So this is forcing oil around the pigment particle. Yep, gets them all nicey nice. And you can see that we're already changing, right? See how much difference this is already? Compared to what we had right here, right? But we need to do this a bit more. Now, generally though, word of warning, there are certain paints that you don't want to make on your own. Titanium white is borderline, but in my opinion, it's not nearly as bad as the others. But the ones you should avoid making are the ones with extremely small particles, because you really can't mold it by hand. You can't mold it properly unless you have increased pressure and and a long time. So that's why they use 3-roll mill. So those paints are like transparent red oxide, phthalo blue, Prussian blue, and then it would probably be titanium white would be the next one on top of that. But like I said, I haven't noticed titanium white. Titanium white has not had the issues that the other ones have, and you could physically see it. God damn it. This goddamn phone. So point being is, if you use phthalo blue or you use Prussian blue, I don't recommend using Prussian blue. But if you do, don't make it. You will not get the same results or similar results as a company that uses, or you know, just a company that uses a 3-roll mill. So we're gonna mold this again, but we're gonna do the other side of it. But you can see how much. Oh no, you can't. Hopefully you can see how much looser this is and how there's now like a sheen to it. Right, where this is like kind of more like a crunchy peanut butter and the other one's like a smooth. My wrist is cracking when I do that. I have noticed doing this at first kind of helps loosen it up early, then just kind of plowing through it. Yep, very large difference. Aged refined linseed oil. Aged refined linseed oil. Some people argue that cold pressed is better. And according to Rublev, that cold pressed is now inferior to aged refined linseed oil. But some companies try and get you with that cold pressed linseed oil thing. But anyways, I'm going off. I use the advice of Rublev over others because of the data or the research that they do and their transparency. I am a Rublev stan. They're a good and they're a small company. They're a good company to support. Jesus Christ. But it's already a lot easier, especially starting off. You should, Marianne. At least give it a try. At least give it a try. I support it, Marianne. Hi, Lost Traveling. How you doing, bud? So now, if this was still too thick after molding, I would add more pigment. And you have to be careful with some, because some paints loosen up like 3 to 4 times more than what you saw this do. You'll see on the Bismuth Vanadate Yellow, which is the next paint we're doing, will loosen up a lot. So I'm going to keep some pigment behind on that one. Whoa. With oil? Wait, so does linseed age refined dry faster than clove oil? Every it does. Pickles, or pico, every oil has different properties. So we're talking about safflower, sunflower, walnut, clove, poppy seed. Those are all classified as drying oils based on the amount of, linoleic acid and other things determine its properties. And this is what the data is based off of. But, so like clove is the longest, has the single longest drying time of any of those classified drying oils that are used for paints. Much different than, let me address Marianne's question. Tell me 3 things that are better with oil. So the amount of pigment in the paint, Marianne, is magnitudes different. So acrylics have water. In order to make an acrylic binder, it requires water. And with that, it needs a much higher amount of binder to pigment than oil paint, okay? Also, acrylics, a lot of acrylics naturally dry with a matte finish, which will also hurt your color and the vibrancy of it, specifically with mid-tones and dark colors, okay? And then last thing is the drying time. Oil not drying is a big advantage. You could wipe away work. You could do more with that. And if you really wanted to make oil paints dry faster, you can do so anyways. So acrylics, outside of not using oil, and essentially it makes cleaning up your brushes easier, things like that, in my opinion, provides very little advantage to a lot of painting. All right. How does aged refined linseed oil compare to stand oil? So stand oil, Jan, is linseed oil, okay? The big difference of stand oil is they usually apply heat to it, and they start the polymerization process, which makes the oil particles bigger. But in doing so, it also increases the drying time. It makes it gives it a self-leveling property, the oil does. So if you mix stand oil in your paints, it will show less or no brush strokes in them, depending on how much you add. But it is also kind of weird to work with. Let me show you some. So it's called vacuum bodied linseed oil. This is stand oil. You see how this is just like, it's just like honey. So this is just linseed oil that the polymerization process has started, and then they stopped it, okay? And the oil now has different flow properties, and the particles are bigger with stand oil. How do you wash the brush? Marianne, I don't wash the brush. When I'm done with my paintings, I put them in a jar full of oil. Here. A jar full of oil. And I just wipe them away with a paper towel. The only time I clean my brushes is when oil dries in my brushes and I want to salvage the brush, which you can do. It is refined from my own body. That is true. think we mold this enough. Yep. Well, that's because clove oil takes so long to dry. And also, Pico, the pigments you use also affect the drying time. So, Pico, for example, Mud, if you want to answer this for the chat, what pigment has the longest drying time in linseed oil? One of Mudworks' favorite colors. Or pigments. I shouldn't say color. Lamp black. Lamp black in, thank you, Mud. Lamp black in linseed oil takes about 2 weeks to dry to the touch. 2 weeks to dry to the touch. Lead white, on the other hand, will dry to the touch in about a day. Not just black, Jan. Lamp black. Lamp black. The pigment lamp black, which is soot. Which is just soot. So never, Pico, never use zinc white with oil. It's all right, Jan, but there is a difference between ivory black and lamp black, so it's not an acceptable answer. Marianne, I could recommend you a starter set for roughly, probably in total around 80 to 100 euro. I am a stickler. Well, all right. How many black pigments are there? We have Roman black, we have vine black, we have carbon black, we have lamp black, we have ivory black, we have Mars black. We have, you could argue, Van Dyke brown and Payne's gray. Iron black is Mars black. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head. So, all those are different pigments. Eddie Murphy black? No, not Eddie Murphy black. There is no such thing. About $100, Marianne. About $100 US. I could recommend you a set for about that much. Like, I'm talking including brushes, including the paints, and just a bottle of oil to use as your medium. So here we go. We got our titanium white. Now let's get it in a goddamn tube. Bone black. Why shouldn't we use zinc white? That's good to know. What do you think of the filament brushes for oils? I'm not familiar with what you mean by filament brushes. I only use bristle brushes or artificial bristle brushes. So I'll use synthetic bristle or regular bristle, depending on price. Okay, so you don't use zinc white, Pico, because zinc white makes your oil, when the oil dries, zinc white makes it very brittle. And it will cause your paintings to crack and possibly fall apart. They have observed this within 2 to 3 years if your only white you're using is zinc white and there's enough of it in there. Do not use zinc white as a pigment for oils. Avoid it at all costs. Most companies have stopped making it or offering it as an additive because sometimes they used to add zinc white to titanium white. And they stopped doing that. Bone black is the same as ivory black, Pico, also. Bone black is the pigment name for ivory black because ivory black used to be made from ivory. And then in the early 19th century, it switched over to pig and cow bones. And the pigment name from the manufacturers started calling it bone black instead of ivory black. And so the pigment is called bone black, but companies still call it ivory black because it is what modern ivory black is. So when I say ivory black, I mean, technically I mean bone black. But interesting word on that is Rublev did investigate. Apparently, there are a ton of woolly mammoth carcasses in Siberia just lying about. And, like, literally just above ground, woolly mammoth carcasses that they were investigating on trying to obtain and use to make a modern ivory black. But I heard about that like a year ago, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that, but they looked into it. And there is a difference, apparently, color-wise, between bone black, like, you know, the pig and cow bones, versus ivory. Apparently, ivory black was a warmer black, or a slightly warm black, where bone black is more neutral. Bone black is more neutral. It's very neutral, actually. Alright, so now we're going to jam this, just jam it right up in there. Okay. Buy dinner first, though. Buy dinner first. Okay. And we're going to crimp it where we feel paint, and we're going to twist. Not in oils, Marianne. I mean, hairdryer will, hot weather will make it dry faster, but not on the same day, Marianne. It's still a matter of days. Now we're just going to squeeze it down. Yeah, before you just shove it right in there, we got to buy dinner first. Now we're just going to squeeze out the stuff we didn't get. Actually, we'll save it. Oh. Okay. Pico, I am a gentleman. I'm a goddamn gentleman, Pico. Yep, I do. That's why I don't need to worry about drying, Marianne. Because I do them in one day. But if you paint in layers, you can if you want to do glazing or something like that, you could add dryers to your paint. There just is some more safety concerns with that. And so forth. Well, good, Pico. Good. My goal is, this is a very anti-tea stream. We try and get people to lose their tea whenever possible. Okay. let's make another poop log. How much did that fill? That fill. Oh. This is not lewd. Son of a bitch! Lost traveling. Fucker! Neither, Pico. I don't use anything outside of oleo gel and linseed oil when I paint, because I do paintings in one. One session generally. There have been a couple multi sessions, but I paint alla prima, Pico. So I don't need fast drying. If I were to use a drying compound. God, I don't know what I'd use. I would need to look into that more. Probably, though, an Alka dryer, because you don't want anything that... Not solvents. Never solvents. Because those affect your color. Is that going to be too much? It might be too much. We'll see. Alright, so now... Let's roll up this turd. $80 away? Oh, we are 80 away. Holy shit. Alright, once again, we just shove it right in there after buying it. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Well, this date is ruined. Ooh. Alright, Jan. I might make it harder than last time. Jan. Jan. Let's go with... Let's go with... This just got messy. Oleo gel. Oleo gel. You also alla prima? Nice. Oleo gel is a thickened linseed oil. It's a thickened linseed oil. Alright, so, alright, Jan, I gotta think of a question. By the way, Pico, if you want to keep the texture of your paint and help it flow better, oleo gel. Alright, Sorry, I'm trying to think of a good question for you, Jan. I'm trying to understand what your level of knowledge is, so it's like, you know, you can get it. Jan, Naples yellow is a lead-based color. But yellow is not the only color. It's a lead antimony-based color. So where lead white is lead carbonate and lead tin yellow is lead stannate. Lead antimony is what makes the Naples colors, right? You might be familiar with Naples yellow. Now, there are more than one hue. There's more than one hue of Naples colors, okay? You're going to get one guess for this, okay? How many hues can lead antimony, recognized hues of colors, can lead antimony make? Your choices are 13, 9, or 6. Is that your final answer? Is it? Is it, Jan? Jan? You son of a bitch, you're correct! Oh my god! Oh my god, you did it. I tried to make it sneaky by making it the last one. Maybe I should have put it as the middle one. Good job. Whoops-hoo! It is 6. Solvent-free gel, the same. It is not the same, Pico. Gamblin solvent-free gel actually has a dryer in it as well. Texture-wise, it's close, though. But Gamblin solvent-free gel has a dryer in it. Jan, you are now at 2 oily points. You are now at 2 oily points. A bunch of different reds. Like they just call them Naples. You know, there's like a brighter desaturated yellow. There is a more lemon-based yellow. There's a warmer light yellow. There is a red. I believe there's a maroon as well. It is relative to how hot they bring the mixture up to. But there's 6 recognized ones. You cannot exchange oily points or cheeseburgers. Can't do it. Not gonna do it, Jan. Rigged. My ass, it's rigged. God damn it. You can permanently ban not green bag for 1 oily point. But for some reason, it's never stuck. Yeah, that... I like painting when it's cold, too. I've been sweating my balls off with these, plein air sessions. They don't. I got pretty good walls for sound. Nobody's heard anything in here. Wink. Nefarious wink. Yeah, nobody's called me out on that yet. I'm surprised too. I'm surprised too, Mud. Let's crimp this up. That may, like, you're talking about that goes to the top, Jan? What do you mean by brown sticky stuff? First, I would check that somebody didn't shit in your paint. As a practical joke. Most likely. But yeah, most likely that's just the binder. And it's probably the latex or acrylic, latex acrylic that they use for that, right? Where the fuck did my days? It just separates. It separates over time. So these paints will have some oil separation. I like to call it an oily discharge. It will have some oily discharge, and that's not a bad thing. You just mix it back in. It's just how it works. Some of this pigment will separate from the oil. or some of the oil will separate from this paint. That's why companies do add some additives, like aluminum stearate, magnesium stearate, castor wax, sometimes resins. They'll do this to try and not have separation because people thinks it means it's bad paint. Apparently, people, I used to think it was a sign of bad paint too. It's not. You just mix the oil back in, you're fine. But without any additives that you saw that I did not put in here, this will separate a little bit. There will be, I'll open this tube up, pour some out, and some oil will come out. Some pre-oil will come out. No, I've just paid for the colors that I want to pay for. So my most expensive colors are Viridian. 4 ounces of Viridian is, or 100 grams of Viridian is roughly $52. And it will only make about 60 milliliters of paint. This 100 grams of this red was $55. Lead white is generally pretty expensive too. I just I want to paint with them, so it's just part of my cost. But making my own paint saves me money doing so. Now, I'm not saying everybody should be willing to pay for those paints. It's just that I know what I want out of my paints, and this is what I have to do to get those properties. Was his name Earl? Was his name Earl? And was he wearing a ZZ Top t-shirt? Because I know who you're talking about. Shiv. Oh, I never heard of Shiv. Shiva? Oh. Not familiar with Shiva. I buy them from mainly 2 different websites. Or I bought all my pigment from 2 different websites because they have the best prices and good selection. Is Kramer Pigments, Kremer, Kramer Pigments, and the other one is Natural Pigments, Earl Shiva. I didn't know Earl's last name was Shiva. I didn't know Earl's last name was Shiva. All right. And we're sealed up, everybody. Huh. It's always a Earl. The most common name in the world, Earl. That and Hank. The 2 most common names in the world. If you ever need to guess a name, it's usually one of those 2 names. Yeah, I've never heard
Quit
that
playing
name.
with your dinghy.
I will never stop playing with my dinghy. And you could take that to the bank. Go long. Jan, I'm over here. No, I believe it's Muhammad, Pico. I believe it's Muhammad is the most common name in the world. But Earl sure has to be up there. Alright. Get our labels from our baby label maker. Two tubes of now usable titanium white, everybody. Now we need to clean up. Let's wipe this down. That is correct. That is correct, Jan. And I'll charge you the worst prices online. I mean, you saw how much work that took to make like 80 to 90 milliliters of paint. If you want lower prices, go to Walmart. If you want to get ripped off properly, buy from me. It is. Thank you, Pico. We are doing more. We're doing another color, everybody. At least one other color. But we just have to clean up before to make sure that there's no significant contamination between colors. So I'm just wiping this off with solvent right now. We're also going to change our gloves because there's a lot of titanium white on this, and titanium white is a super strong pigment that I don't want to get into that yellow at all. So we'll use another set of gloves. One second. Second. Alright. So the next color we're doing... Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. We're just going to do one bag of these. I have 2 of them, but we're just going to keep it to 1. So that's 100 grams of a color called Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium. It would work. It would work. If you tube it properly, it'll be fine. It won't work in a jar, though. Do not store your oil paints in jars. It will dry. Without wasting a lot of extra oil. But if you put it in one of these aluminum tubes... Alright. So, this is a color I get from Kramer Pigments. This is essentially the same as cadmium yellow. Essentially the same as cadmium yellow. This was... this one is $20 for 100 grams. Roughly for cadmium yellow for 100 grams is roughly $30. So this is cheaper. Just as opaque and vibrant. I have not noticed any difference between cadmium, the quality of cadmium and this. Partly why I use it. Also cadmium, when you breathe in cadmium dust, there is a cancer link. This does not have that. Also. But we still don't want to breathe it in. We still don't want to breathe it in. So we're putting on our N95 mask. Okay. Shut up, I'm doing it on the sly. I don't need the cops after me. Exactly, Mud. Exactly. All right. I forgot to wipe off. Yeah, this one's not so bad. But the smaller pigment ones are much more dangerous with that one. But this one is not, it's not that large though. This is on like the medium small range. It's larger than titanium white though. So, like I said, this one loosens up a lot after mulling. So what we're going to do is we're going to separate off a little bit of it. So maybe like an eighth of it. Because you're going to see how much this one loosens up. And we're going to be very careful not to... We're going to be very much more careful than we were with titanium white on the oil. Okay? So. But this one, you'll see, like this one loosens up. So we're going to just start off with the pipette. All right, we'll start off with that. We'll add more, we'll probably need more oil than this, but okay. Like, when did I start, Marianne? Like, when was the first time I painted? Because I started painting in October 2021. The first painting I ever did was October 2021. We're almost at the 3-year. We're getting to the 3-year mark. But basically 2 years, 8 months. 2 years and 8 months. I'm getting close. Marianne, because I have a very technical, analytic mindset. I've been an engineer, and I have a degree in mechanical engineering. So I just learned as much as I could. I've learned all of this since I started painting. And I'm a bit of a obsessive maniac at times. I might have added too much oil. See, it got a lot looser in that run. So quickly it turns over. But what we're going to do is we're going to make sure this group is... So this is too liquidy right now. This is too liquidy. You're welcome, Pico. I have no problem with water-soluble oil paints. You should never mix in water with your paints. You should only use the water for cleaning afterwards, but never mix it with your paints. But I have no problem. The biggest issue I have is that you're going to have a limited selection of colors to use. You're going to have a limited selection of colors to use. And you're not going to have a lot of price options with it. But I have no problem with it. Yeah, Hoppy Stitch. I have pigment. Now, I still use some tube paint because it's still lasting out from when I wasn't making my own paints. But yes, I am prepared to make every single pigment that I use. You can make your own water-soluble paints. It's a little bit more expensive, and you have to find the water-soluble medium. But it is doable. Yep. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add some more of the dried to this. Just to thicken it up again. To the area that we want. Thank you, Marianne. If I were to buy paint out of the tube, I'd be only buying from Rublev. Rublev and my Mary Puro would be my first, then Williamsburg, then Gamblin. Gamblin, not so much for qualities, more about the ethics of the company. It's still too wet. Hoppy, is this your first paint making stream? And everybody who's watching, I'm going to be making watercolors tomorrow. We're going to be making watercolor paints tomorrow. Good. Glad you can make it. Watercolors are a lot easier. Well, good, Pico. Pico, did you just find my stream today? Or were you here for other streams? I didn't remember your name. So, you see we're about this thickness. I want you to see... Awesome. Glad to have you. So look at how thick this is, okay? We see it doesn't come off, right? It's holding firm. Just fell. But point being is that it's, you know, it's not very wet. It's thick, right? So now this is why you're going to see why I'm holding back dry pigment still, okay? I'm going to show you. Let's move a little bit of this over here. Okay. Marianne, probably about the same time, about 4 p.m. my Central Standard Time, which I believe is roughly 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock your time. All right, so now we got this thick. We put our butt plug down. We mold. You can see it's much easier to mold than the titanium white. Don't eat the goddamn paint, Hoppy. Post on the same day? What do you mean post on the same day, Pico? Damn it, Kirk! I need this paint. But, so now we're going to scrape. I want you to take a look at how much looser this got. Just from what you saw me do. But, you see this? We're not like the texture of like mustard. I did no such thing, damn it. So I'm not gonna mold this again. Mold this more right now. We're going to take the other thicker portion. Yeah, very French's. This is more accurate color-wise right now. This is more accurate color-wise. Sorry. The big screen. The big one that you see from top down is more accurate to this color. This has bad lighting. This one has bad lighting right now. Okay. You know what? We're going to do the red after this, too. I feel like doing that red. So now, this, in my opinion, is too loose, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the dry pigment. Yeah, definitely French's. Garg, it isn't. Don't worry, I clean it properly. Okay. So now we're going to remold this. Hopefully it's not too liquid at this point. Or fluid is a better descriptor. Fuck. My hand's cramping a bit. Garg, did you have a good trip back? Good. I'm damn good with this plug. Yeah, it's a little bit... But yeah, literally, it's a matter of drops, Jan. But this is still fine. This is still... But you can see what that you know... But... But I think that's enough molding for it. We probably could mold it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, it's just like... It's a touch. It's a touch too liquidy. But it will do. It's not in like it's not in a terrible range. It's just for preference reasons. But this will separate out. So like I said, I've had problems with this pigment separating out a bit too much. And I've had to retube the lemon and this color each once. So, whatever. We'll figure it out. Excuse you. Oh. I think this will all fit into one of these tubes. I sure hope so. Okay. Alright, so now, once again, we fold this over. We push this over. And then we roll. Now we just jam it in here. I'll save this yellow one for you, Amy Jo, if you want. You just buy it dinner, jam it in there. Then we start squeezing all that paint down. Not bad. Actually, that was one of the cleaner ones we've ever done. Maybe I figured out the technique, huh? Oh wait, don't throw this out. The main goal is to not have it touch the sides of the top of it, because that's where you lose a lot. If you, like, that's the biggest issue with kind of tubing up the paint, and why using something to help it in there is good, because you can lose a few milliliters if you don't. If that's like dirty up top, because it'll squeeze out. So that was actually a pretty good transfer. With how much I paint, Garg, probably 15 paintings, 15 to 20. Probably 15. That's with how I paint, though. I'm not, like... I've kind of just resolved myself to not be cheap with my paint. As in, like... You know, if I do need more paint, I'm going to put it out. Like, I'm not going to try and, like... cheapskate out. In very rare cases, like, I won't. If it's, like, the end of the painting and it's arguable... You know, I'd rather put out too much paint and not be worried about it. It's tough sometimes, you know, Guard, because I do paint... You know, I do use expensive pigments, right? Like, you know, that amount of Viridian, Garg, the amount of pigment I just used, 100 grams of Bismuth Vanity Yellow, the same amount of Viridian costs $52. And I have to use more Viridian than I do that yellow because it's weaker at tinting. So it's like, it can be tough sometimes. Especially when you, like, you know, you're... You know, it's not like I have reliable income from painting. But I find Viridian to be too important of a color. All right. Oh, wait, why am I gotta close this fucking shit. Oh, sorry. Dipney, thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. So, we crease it right about where the paint is, and then we really had no paint come up, which is good. Okay. Very little there. But very, very good transfer in this one. Okay. So now we crimp. Okay, Maddie. That's a nice how do you do, whoever you are on YouTube. You don't seem like a kind person. Then we just bend over the crimp. Crimp it again. Okay, I see. You're one of those hooligans. You're one of those hooligans, huh? That YouTube warns me about all the time. Hi, Squeeze. How you doing, bud? We do not eat the goddamn paint, Squeeze. Alright? The slander! You walk in here, take a dump on my palette, and expect everything to be alright? So this is how much 100 grams of that pigment made. This is how much 100 grams made. Not bad. This is probably somewhere in the range of 45 milliliters, maybe 50. You heard nothing, Maddie. Dipney, I watched some videos on it on YouTube, and then I just did it, and I've done it now probably about 10 times. It's very easy. I mean, sorry, check that. It's not complicated. It's not complicated to do. There are some things to know. And a label from our baby label maker. Done. I do not. I never have, Maddie. Alright, we got one other paint to do, everybody. We got one other to do. Much cheaper. In some cases, Dipney, about 80 to 75% is not uncommon. That one you just saw is... That one you just saw is probably at a lighter, like probably about a 30% savings. But a lot of colors are at least 50% cheaper. It is, Marianne. That is the Maddie who says hi to you. I don't at all, Pico. It's never been it's not a problem with how I paint, Pico, because all you have to do is use less medium than what you paint on top of, Pico, and you won't have that issue. I also don't paint with solvents. Solvents can do that a lot too. So, Pico, it's never a problem. It's never been, not never. It currently is not a problem for me in the slightest. Marianne and Maddie, Amy Jo says hi. Amy Jo says hi. Because there's no reason to, Ditney. I don't clean my brushes. I don't, anything you can do with solvents, you can do with another medium. Solvents are also, nasty to breathe in, and they ruin your color, and they make your painting less archival. Amy Jo, Marianne, and Maddie say hi. I gotta wipe this up again.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not stop playing with my dinghy. So stop asking. Okay. All right, our final color of the day is, drum roll, red. Scarlet red. This is Pyrrole Scarlet. This is 100 grams, PR 255. Got it from Kramer. This was, I think I still have $55. $55 for 100 grams. For 100 grams of this paint. So you're going to see everything that I pour out of here is $100. I mean, $55. Hello again, Burger Sleuth. All right. So we're gonna put our mask back on. Jesus, Mr. Salt. What the hell? All right. So I got my N95 mask on. So yeah, let's open this up. So this is a warm red. This is very similar. This is very similar to Cad Red Light, okay? Now, I've made this once before. God, this pigment is gorgeous. You know, that's a lot of pigment for 100 grams. That is a lot of pigment for 100 grams. God, is that vibrant. So you see how much more pigment there is here than that yellow? This brand is Kramer Pigments. I got this pigment from Kramer Pigments. Stop it, God. God damn, is this vibrant. Here, if you want to see it, Dipney, you ready to take a screenshot? Actually, wait. There we go. This is the better. Okay. You're welcome. I mean, it's just what it is, Maddie. Cadmium is a metal that can be used to make pigments. There are some toxicity links because, for example, a big carcinogenic in cigarette smoke is cadmium. But breathing in cadmium is the issue. All right, but breathing in any pigment is problematic. But I've liked these Pyrrole colors because they've generally been cheaper. They've been cheaper than cadmium pigments and just as vibrant. And I don't have to worry about the cancer link when dealing with dry pigment. Okay. I remember this one actually needing a decent amount of oil, and there was good yield on it. So we're going to start off with a decent amount of oil. I should also leave some behind. So let's do that. No, cadmium-free means that they just don't use cadmium pigments. That's it. You can't have a cadmium paint, though, without cadmium. But what some companies do, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Winsor and Newton, is they'll make hue colors with pigments and call them cadmium-free cadmium paints when it's just a hue color because they sell better and they don't have ethics. It also spurns the idea that cadmium paints are toxic, which they are not. I remember this one being very grainy too. Yeah. It's like sand. A bit, yeah. No, the difference is, like, Maddie, they're lying to you. Cadmium-free cadmium paints are not cadmium paints at all. They're just, like, taking, like, phthalo blue and white and yellow and calling it cadmium green and saying it's cadmium-free. That's what they're doing. I mean, just remember, Maddie, a lot of these companies are still corporations, and unfortunately, a lot with art supplies is just marketing. Very true, Fool's Fox. Hi, Fat Bob. Yep, we're making oil paints today, and we're making watercolors tomorrow. I'll say this: all companies are, are trying to make money, Maddie. Some do it better than others, though, or more ethically than others. You can still be ethical and try and make money. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why I support certain companies. 4 o'clock Central Time, Dipney, is when I'm probably going to start. If you join the Discord, Dipney, you could see the exact time. God, there's so much. There's a lot more of this than I expected in that 100 grams. How you doing, NG Wick? Nope, these are oil. We're making oil paints. Welcome in. We are making oil paints. So much grain on these. Tomorrow I'm making watercolors. Oh, yeah, sorry. Tomorrow I'm making watercolor paints. Well, so this is just a difference in cameras, right? Right now, this one, the top-down camera is more accurate with the color, but it doesn't show how orange this is. So, like, this actually leans orange. But that shows you the difference in what cameras. With acrylic? No. Watercolors with the watercolor-based medium, which is gum arabic, honey, glycerin, and water. Never acrylics. This one, the top right one, is a Sony A6300, which is generally more accurate, but in this lighting and that angle, the color's not right. This one up here is an Anker 22 or 220 or 2200. A bit hoppy, Stitch. Son of a bitch! Aged refined linseed oil. Only aged refined linseed oil, Bitney. Yeah, those would be good. I just, what's it? I couldn't, like, afford to buy those. Or buy decent cameras. I really want to upgrade my cameras, but that's just money I don't have right now. Ooh. so interesting how the texture on this one is. It is not, Maddie. Not currently. God, the texture on this one is so interesting. It's like that, what's that, like the sand that you put in water? Whatever that shit's called. That's kind of like its texture right now. Like the hydroscopic sand. But you'll see how much it changes. You'll see. You'll see. Is it hydrophobic? Hydroscopic's the other. Right, yeah, right, correct. Hydrophobic. But check this out. All right, so you see how grainy this is? See how grainy this is? All right, now we take our butt plug. Just need it to smooth out a little bit more. But you see, slowly, just going to recollect it a bit. This is a very strong pigment. Go again. This loosens up, but it doesn't seem to loosen up in a very like scary way. So we're gonna use up the rest of this pigment, the dry pigment that we have left over. All oils yellow, Pico. Supposedly, walnut oil yellows less. But we're talking, like, there's not solid data to say that it does. There's just not. All right, we smoothed out a bit. So you see how much that changed? I streamed Dipney. I'm gonna stream tomorrow Plein Air, or I'm planning to. I don't know the weather. Generally around 3 times a week, starting at the same times. But sometimes I interject paint making streams. Yeah, I do all my paintings in one go, or I try to. I am. I'm also going to be doing Plein Air tomorrow. So I might be streaming twice tomorrow. But Plein Air is earlier in the day. I have Hoppy Stitch. I have. It's on my Instagram. Times with walnut and... Thank you, Pico. Walnut oil takes longer to dry than linseed. So walnut has a longer drying time, and some people, like I said, think that it yellows less. There apparently, according to Rublev, there is not for sure data on that. You can. It just kind of defeats the purpose of it. Frankly, Pico, like, I wouldn't put that much thought into it unless you really wanted that longer drying time. But just know that your choices of pigments affect that more so than that. So if you use umbers dry very fast. If you use lead white, certain pigments just dry fast. Yep. 2 streams in one. The old double team. I didn't angle that properly. This is not strawberry ice cream. All right? Yeah, specifically umbers, Pico. Umbers with magnesium. Umbers with magnesium. So umbers that are more dark will dry faster than normal pigments. But yeah, linseed oil is not the fastest drying, but once again, it's just the best oil to use. What is a pigment and what is the pigment to look like? What is pigment and what is a pigment meant to look like? Can you elaborate more on that question, Fat Bob? Because I think you're patronizing me, but I'm not sure. I think there's some patronizing going on here. That's what I thought. Okay. So I was being patronized. What the fuck? Too many people do. Well, pigment is not necessarily paint. Pigment is pigment. Pigment's a powder, a colored powder that's inert. To qualify yourself as a pigment, Fat Bob, it has to be insoluble. Did I just put my arm in paint or something? No. Okay. It has to be insoluble in the medium that you use. So the reason why something could be a oil paint pigment and not a watercolor, because it might be soluble in water. The pigment might be soluble in water. And likewise, it could be soluble in oil. So like if you ever wonder why you see certain watercolor pigments and they're not in oil, it's because of solubility. So keyword being an inert, an inert material. So chemically stable and insoluble in the medium that you want to paint with. This is partly why you just can't grind up grass and make a paint out of it. Right? It's part of the distinction between dyes and pigment. Ridiculous! Well, get ready, Fat Bob. It's on the test. Everyone who's watching right now has to take the test. Since you're all stuck here forever anyways. It will be on the test. And you're going to have to use words like inert, substrate, polymerization, Metallic salts. And you don't want to know what happens if you don't pass. Oh my god. Garg, you had the lowest score in the class? You know, I have to say, even though this pigment's expensive, the yield on this shit is crazy. Oh my
God! A bunch of
god!
questions. And I want to have them answered immediately.
Oh shit. Alright, what are you gonna ask, Maddie? What are you gonna ask, Maddie? Natural pigment? Please elaborate on natural pigment. Yeah, I mean, it is, my hand and wrist sometimes cramps up doing this. Because, Maddie, there are several not several, there are dozens of pigments that we mine from the ground. So, if we're talking about natural pigments, some of the earliest natural pigments used were red ochre and yellow ochre. We have evidence of Aboriginal tribes in Australia using white, all sorts of ochres, and trading in Africa too. So we know in cave paintings that they used red and yellow ochre. Okay. However, if we're going technically on when they were formed naturally in the earth, I have no fucking clue. Because then we're also accounting for like lapis lazuli, orpiment, realgar, cinnabar, malachite, and all those other natural gems. But if we're talking about the early usage natural earth paints, it is either red ochre or yellow ochre. Because the first some of the earliest cave paintings were using almost primarily ochre. I summoned Amy Jo. That's fine. But Maddie, if you keep on doing it, you'll learn. Maddie, this benefits you too, as well as me. Ingredient list to use to make watercolor paints. I absolutely can. Are you talking about tools as well, Guard? Okay. Do you have animals? Garg, you have a dog, right? I'll say this. If you make your own, do it in a place that those dogs can't get to. My goo! Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. One of us, one of us. No, well, boosted brims. It is not Talia. Oh my God, maybe Joe. But no, if you have pets, I'll say this: if you have pets, be very, very careful with the storage of your pigments and the cleanup afterwards, because you don't want an animal accidentally eating or breathing in pigments. So that's just one word of warning. If you have pets or kids who like to get into shit, make sure you do it in a place that they can't get to. This is Pyrrole Scarlet, Rob's dead. Pyrrole Scarlet. Sometimes you can't help it, Talia. And one of the most dangerous things you can do with the most dangerous thing you can do with the pigment is breathe it in. Yeah. Well, Sweepy, oils aren't dangerous on their own. Like, buying a tube paint of oil is not a problem at all, Sweepy. I'm talking dry pigment. Dry pigment is what you need to be wary of. This is what I'm going to be using. I've typically been using Pyrrole Red, Rob, which is very neutral. But I bought that pigment, and you don't have to use a lot of it, so I'm using up my Pyrrole Red before I switch over to this full time. Yeah, I mean, if your kids will get in and just open up the pigment, yeah, don't. But then just, if you're using oil paint, just buy pre-tube paint. You're fine. A vast majority of oil paints are not toxic. The ones that are toxic are ones that are super expensive, that are made from lead, mercury, and arsenic. That only a few companies sell, and you'll know if they're toxic because they have to legally warn you. So point being is, if you want to oil paint and you're worried about, and you don't want to make your own, which is very understandable, then just buy it. It's just a difference of cameras. It's a difference of cameras. So this camera is not orange enough for some reason. This camera is too orange. Do the in between these two, and that's what it looks like. Or you could just look up CAD red light. CAD red light. Yeah. It is very expensive otherwise. You also get better choices, and you know exactly what's going into your paints. Fuck. Yeah. Possibly, Mud. I have not done Opera Rose, and I don't sell oil paints, Pico, because I would have to charge you way too much for this for the amount of time I put in the materials, where if you were to buy this, you would save money from what I would have to charge you. Because I'm spending over an hour on this paint. And not to mention like other materials and just like, you know, having the tools, stuff like that. I'd have to charge you more for oil paints than what a company would charge you. And I don't like the sound of that. I mean, if somebody wants to pay for that, I will sell them. I will sell them a tube, but I'm not going to like advertise it. Because this is also a lot of work, mind you. So point being is, if somebody wanted to pay me for a tube of this paint, I'll sell it to you, but it's going to be expensive. Watercolors are super easy to make. Yeah, roughly 5 million per hour. But so Pico, that's, you know, so Pico, if you want to buy one of these, be my guest, but it's not going to be cheap. True, Amy Jo. True. Fucking son of a bitch. Oh, goddamn. It's not instant painter skills. Fucker. We're just making paint. We're molding it. And then we're going to use it to make terrible paintings. Some might say bad paintings. You know it. Talia, you've been seeing it. Well, good. I'm excited. I do need your address, Amy Jo, to figure out shipping, though. Have you worked it out with Garg? Did you fight to the death with Garg? Is there... This was so much paint. So much paint. I don't have plans for it. I do make quinacridone magenta, Pico.
I award
if
you
you're
no
familiar with,
points, and may
quinacridone
God have mercy
magenta,
on your soul.
which I think is one of the best colors around. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I use cheap brushes, Dipney, or I've bought more expensive brushes, but I've never found a brush be like, oh, that was worth the $15. Now, I have had cheap brushes that I say that wasn't worth the $3 either. So it's just finding some brushes that work. There is one brand I have enjoyed more than others that is, I guess, on the pricier side. What was it? Raphael flats that are on Jerry's Artorama. Those have worked pretty well. But I don't know if they're worth... I still don't know if they're worth the cost. Colibri. Kolibri has worked out all right. But I'm very rough on brushes, so I ruin them very quickly. But I trim them down if they get like frizzies and shit. And I don't have a big focus on brushes. I think brushes are one of the most over-touted tools for oil painting. Just find a shape that you like and a brush that is tolerable and use it. In my opinion, it's much better to invest in paint, obviously, than brushes. Why are you taking my points away? Yeah, Pico. I'm just not with it. So I buy brushes when there's sales, and that's about it. I guess Rosemary & Co. is not bad for value. I will say that. Like, Rosemary & Co., I don't feel like I got ripped off. I know that they're not spectacular or, you know, but I'm very well aware of what they are going to do, and they're consistent with that, which is important. But, like, I don't clean my brushes, everybody. Like, you know, I keep my brushes in this. It's just a jar full of oil. You know. Yeah, right. Okay, I think we've molded enough. This was a messy one, and this was a lot of fucking paint. Yeah, Marianne, I'll use synthetic though, but I for a while now I've only used bristle brushes. Only bristle. You need bristle to move around the paint when you're painting with thick. So I'm guessing for people who don't like hog brushes, it's because you use a lot of solvent. Because when I use solvent, bristles just don't work. Don't sprinkle and sparkle with that. But if you're a solvent abolitionist like myself, then look at. So by the way, this. Remember how much yellow I had, everybody? This was the same amount of grams. This was the same amount of grams as the yellow we just did. Okay. In grams, both were 100 grams. Sorry, in grams. Both were 100 grams of mass. And this red made this much paint, which is a damn good value. This is more than double. 100 grams of this Pyro Red made more than double the amount of paint than the yellow. Right, so... By Grobthar's hammer! That was badly doing accents badly. That was more of my Scottish dwarf. So this is how much yellow paint we got. This was how much. We might have tripled it, everybody. So give you perspective on some pigments with yield. So we're actually going to use a big tube on this one. We're gonna take that chance. Because the other one, I've made this color before, and it's been stable in the tube. So we're going to use a big one. I did not know that. Are you Scotch? Hi, Dia. Nice to see you. I hope you've been well. No clue, Amy Jo. My impersonation was kind of Scottish. My Joe Cadine, true. My Joe Cadine is unmatched. Alright, so we're going to bring out the big boy. And I don't know if we're going to need more than this. Now, spur of the moment, Amy Jo. Jesus Christ, Alfie! Zionic Delcoon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. And if your name isn't Greenbag, then you are welcome. Alfie's bought his tired raid. Hi, Alfie. Post your lonks now. Post them. Or else. Or else we're going to have issues. Alfie. We're making paint, everybody. We're making oil paint. Will all that fit in there? I think it will. We're going to take that chance, everybody. Whoa. That would have been a disaster. Pay the link task. Yeah, this is oil paint. We're making it. Thank you, Alfie. But give me those goddamn links. You're stalling, Alfie. God, this is so much fucking paint. Good value for an expensive pigment. This is great value. Instagram. I link to my OnlyFans. Oily fans. God damn. So much fucking paint. Is that too much already? Good, good. Everybody must follow that Instagram now, or else. I don't know. Do I just go for it? Oh yeah, you can use caps whatever the fuck you want. Link the Ko-Fi now. See how quickly they call me out for my bullshit? See how quickly I get called out? Instantly. Alright, we're gonna go with this Morning Deuce amount of paint. Let's do it like this. Let's try this. Just take the links. Have a good night, Marianne. Thanks for hanging out. God, that was a lot of paint. I'm making oil paint, Alfie. What you are seeing is me getting ready to package oil paint that I just made. because this is a way to transfer the paint into this tube. While not being super messy about it. But I made this too much of a chode. This paint is very thick, and there's a lot of it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. That's not good. I ripped it, everybody. This was supposed to be clean. This is going to turn into a goddamn mess, everybody. This is a strong pigment.
I said good day!
Well, since we're... Alright. Well, this got fucked. So, we're going to try this again. We just wasted it. We're going to be ended up wasting a good amount of paint, though, from this. Ooh. God damn it. Damn it! Kicking me while I'm down, huh? We just had a terrible failure with this, and we just wasted so much. Oh, laugh it up. Laugh it up. While I'm struggling. Yeah, I just fucked it up. I just fucked up the transfer a bit and ending up wasting a bunch of paint. All right, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way by just jamming it in there, huh? I mean, we're able to salvage a good amount. It's just we probably wasted 5 to 10 milliliters doing that. Turd Ferguson. let's do it this way. Oh yeah, you got a cat nap, Sashi? Having fun, Pico? Right. Okay. Alright. So this paint might have been too thick for me to do that well. So we're just coming off my best. The yellow went perfectly, and then this one went the worst I've ever done it. But we're just going to do it this way. Thick! Because, depending on how much paint, how far down the paint is, it will make a different noise. Also, I think it has to do with the thickness of the paint. So this one's going to be a mess when we close it, everybody. Because of our failed transfer. The sides of the top are all lousy with paint. We're like all the way up to the top of this thing. We're like, you see how far up we are? That's 100 grams of pigment, everybody. Of a very strong. This amount of pigment will. This amount of paint will probably last me a year. of this color. They use a hopper. They use a hopper when they're in companies. So a hopper is like, imagine like just a bowl with a hole at the bottom, and they press it down a set amount of distance that will put the correct amount of paint into each tube. We'll clean up. God damn it, get off. It's just that this paint is so, like, sticky. It's so sticky and gooey. But yeah, that's how much paint we got. We got, like, about 150 to 160 milliliters out of this. Not my goo! Okay. So, this is going to be a mess, too. But we're past the point of no... Past the point of no return. No going back now. That's your Phantom of the Opera for today's stream, everybody. Magoo! Goo! Masquerade! Painted faces on parade. God, this is like me after eating a bunch of pork. Just stuffed to the brim. Very, very much so, Wholesome Witch. And covered in goo. Exactly. Yep, I eat that much pork and then shoot the sex tape. Yep. That's how you're gonna figure out what I look like, everybody, is through my sex tape. Because you're gonna see some random sex tape online. You're gonna see some random guy that says, "Oh, I ate too much pork," and then laugh at their own joke. Then that man will sing Masquerade. Oh yeah, it'd be a good sex tape. Well, no, actually it wouldn't, because I'm a terrible lover. I've thought about doing that before, Garden. Yeah, exactly, bud. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so here we go. Here's the difference, everybody. So, true. It'll be comedic porn. Alright, so that 100 grams of pigment made this, everybody. 100 grams of the yellow made that. Same amount of pigment. Clown porn. There was a clown porno that was popular like a decade ago. So, 100 grams of this yellow. 100 grams of this red. All right, we'll do the profiles so you can see. Fuck you too, buddy. See that? A lot, Wholesome Witch. You get a better choice when making your own. You save anywhere from 80% to like 30% on retail prices. You'll save a lot of money, and then you get to control what you add to it. We're talking about fillers and additives. Do you see that? Same amount of pigment. You start off with the same amount of pigment by mass. 100 grams of pigment in each of these. Hi, Omizu. So. Alright, what is this? This is something bad, Boomer. Is this your painting? Are you advertising your painting on my stream without saying anything else? Is that what you're doing? It really is. We are Omizu. That was the last one. Yeah, if you don't mind, Mud. Please. What a shitty thing to do, huh? Masquerade. Painted faces on parade. Well, you just have to go to the businesses, Amy Jo, and hand in your resumes. That's how you get a job, okay? All right? You just got to go there and see them in person, give them a firm handshake, right? Because that's how it's done. Yeah. Same brain, Amy Jo. I mean, not Amy Jo, Sashi. Yeah, it's just, you know, frankly, if that dude would have said hi, gave me 2 messages beforehand, I would have let them do it. I'm assuming a dude. I really would have just let him. But the presumption, shitty. I mean, I know that's what you base on who you hire is their handshake. Is their handshake firm and respectable? I think so. I think it's just more of interacting with... I think it's just more about I think the equivalent of that, Amy Jo, actually is interacting with a chat or watching a stream just for, like, clout or to try to improve your stream. Instead of actually partaking in the community. And I'm not saying that, like, rating somebody who you don't know is a bad thing or anything like that. But if you don't, like, you know, I don't know, be a human and talk with people and... Very true, Sashi. I do have a wonderful community. Even though you guys berate me, make fun of me, murder me, I still appreciate y'all. Aww. Except for Greenback. What's for dinner? Garg, I made kimchi the other day. So I have kimchi rice, and I just made some chicken. Like I just sautéed some chicken, and I'm eating that with a sesame oil sauce. And I made it with a sesame oil sauce and you know, rice and kimchi. Yep, it will be good. Well, I had it for lunch as well, and I'm having it for dinner.
Favorite things.
Well, Amy Jo, if you were here, you could have had some kimchi and chicken. I might even fry the chicken next time I make it. I might make karaage. I might make some karaage tomorrow. Maybe tonight. I might make karaage. Offers on the table, Amy Jo. Offers on the table. Garg knows my cooking. I cooked for Garg and Squeeze twice. I cooked for them twice. I'm not bullshitting. Actually, technically, I guess I made guacamole, too, for them. So we have kimchi, rice, and chicken. I have enough stuff to make fried rice right now. What else? I can make pasta. I can make a really good just tomato garlic basil pasta. I could make a deep dish pizza. Or just the pizza in general. A lot of cleanup on this one. That's what happens when you have strong paints. Oh, awesome. Alfie, are you in Indiana? Alfie, I'm near Chicago. Here, let's put on a label. Strong taints. Big fan of a good strong taint. All right. It does. It does. All right. So today we made. What did we make? Is this the green? So today we made some impasto medium. 2 smaller tubes of titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow medium, pyrrole scarlet, and that's what we made today, everybody. I love karaage too, Omizu. Or the feint of the taint. So yeah, this is what we have, everybody. This was today's work. About 4 hours if you work faster, you could work faster than me, but like this paint took a lot longer than expected. The rest of these were pretty easy. This one took me over an hour and a half. Oh my god! Jesus! The next colors I make will be, well, so tomorrow... Ahem! So tomorrow, we're going to be... The plan is to do plein air painting tomorrow in the afternoon. Plein air painting tomorrow in the afternoon. And then in the evening, we're going to make watercolors. We got it! We got Witch! We got him! We got them. We got Wholesome Witch. Thank you for the follow. Woo! I didn't think we were going to do it, Witch. But we got you. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, so, Pickles, I put I update my schedule on Discord, and the plein air painting is only going to be live on Twitch. No refunds, Wholesome Witch. No refunds. Could somebody do exclamation point Discord? I bet you they didn't. They're stuck here forever. Wholesome Witch, you're stuck here forever. Thank you, guard. So here, Pico. That is my Discord link if you'd like to join. Dick Sword. Most likely. You're welcome, Wholesome Witch. I ate too much pork, guard. I continually just keep on eating too much pork. This was the most busy paint making stream I've ever had too. Always the pork. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. It is, Mr. Salt. If I was making a D&D character, one of my weaknesses would be I'd always have to stop and eat some pork.
A good evening.
A good evening. So yeah, so once again, tomorrow, plein air painting on Twitch only. Probably around noon. Oh my god! Amy Joe. So plein air painting around noon, CST, Central Standard Time. Maybe 12:30 or 1, who knows. But that's if the weather is cooperating. I'm porking gladly. That is Jack. Hi, Jack. And then in the evening on Twitch and YouTube, we're going to be making watercolors. I guess not evening. Late afternoon. Late afternoon, we're going to be making watercolors. Okay? I am the worst lover. There might not be a worse lover than I am.
I said good day!
Good day, sweet bee. So, we have to find somebody to raid, huh? Making watercolor paint, Elfie, tomorrow. Fantastic, Pico. It was really nice meeting you. I hope you had a wonderful time. Definitely, I would if I was a character, I'd definitely be a bard. Hey, Joe. Yep, we gotta figure out who to raid. So let's find a friend. Just Joshua's on? I haven't rated him in a while. Let me just check who else is on. Also, if there's somebody who doesn't have a lot of viewers, I like to rate people who don't have a lot of viewers. Casey Snow's on, but she has a ton of viewers. It's on. Oh, NECA's on. Oh, Poison Jackal. We haven't raided Poison Jackal in a while. Yeah. We have not raided... And Hatefield Inc. is a new friend. Hatefield Inc. just raided me the other day. I like NECA too, but we had raided them pretty recently. Jordan draws birds too. PJs, please? Or PJs? Let's go. How many viewers does PJs have? I'm actually not. I just realized I'm not following Princess PJs. Okay, so that's it. So let's make a new friend. For some reason, I haven't been following Princess PJs. So we're gonna raid Princess PJs. Here, well, I just had a real gas, everybody. This was a gas of a time. Thank you all for joining me. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Stinky. I am not Stinky, Talia. Oh my god! But, yeah. So, tune in tomorrow. If anybody needs anything, feel free to reach out in Discord. I guess that's it. Gaseous. That's right, Guard. Go team! You shall, Hoppy Stitch. I am not eating the goddamn paint, Mr. Salt. Senor Sal! And also, don't forget about the new emotes, everybody. New emotes. New animated emotes. The bird, Leslie Nielsen, and the cack, Leslie Nielsen, and the Rudy. The googly-eyed Rudy. Anywho. There you go. They do, Sweet Pea. Thank you. Sweet Pea made these, everybody. Sweet Pea made these for me. So bye-bye, everybody. Thanks again. Wink!